Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1, The Heart of Conflict. In the quiet moments between battles, when the clash of steel fades into memory and the war cries echo only in dreams, there exists a truth that transcends the boundaries drawn by kings and generals. Tonight, as you settle into the gentle embrace of rest, let us explore a story that speaks to the most fundamental of human experiences, the power of love to bloom even in the harshest soil of conflict. Picture, if you will, the vast expanse that separates two of Runeterra's greatest nations. Between the gleaming white walls of Demacia and the imposing dark towers of Noxus lies more than mere geography. Here stretches a chasm carved by centuries of ideology, watered with the blood of countless soldiers, and deepened by the rigid certainties that drive nations to war. Yet sometimes, in the most unlikely of places, hearts find a way to bridge even the widest divide. The story we share tonight is one of such impossible connection, a tale of two souls whose very existence challenges everything their worlds believe to be true. It is the story of Garen, the Might of Demacia, whose unwavering dedication to justice and honor has made him the living embodiment of his nation's highest ideals. And it is equally the story of Katarina, the sinister blade of Noxus, whose deadly grace and ruthless efficiency serve as the sharpest instrument of her empire's will. In any other tale, these two would be nothing more than enemies, their paths crossing only in the heat of battle, their names spoken by the other's people only in curses and warnings. The son of Demacia's most honored family and the daughter of Noxus's most feared assassins should know each other only as obstacles to be overcome, threats to be eliminated. Their worlds have taught them that everything the other represents must be destroyed for their own nation to truly prosper. But the heart, as you well know, follows laws far older and more mysterious than those written in the halls of power. Love recognizes no borders drawn on maps, acknowledges no allegiances sworn to flags, and bows to no authority save its own inexplicable truth. When two souls recognize something essential in each other, not even the weight of generations of hatred can keep them apart entirely. Imagine yourself standing on the contested borderlands between these two great powers, where the morning mist rises from fields that have seen too much blood, where wildflowers grow between the remnants of ancient battlefield markers. Here, in this space between worlds, you can almost feel the tension that has defined this region for so long. The very air seems charged with the electricity of potential conflict, yet there is something else here too, a strange undercurrent of possibility, as if the land itself remembers that beneath all the uniforms and banners, beneath all the rhetoric and righteous fury, there beat hearts capable of seeing beyond the divisions that others have created. The stones beneath your feet have witnessed countless charges and retreats, countless moments when young soldiers from both sides faced each other across the narrow space between loyalty and humanity. They have absorbed the final words of the dying, the prayers of the terrified, and the silent grief of those left behind. But they have also seen moments of unexpected mercy, brief instances when enemies recognized each other's humanity, and rare occasions when the machinery of war faltered in the face of something greater than itself. This is the landscape where our story unfolds, not just the physical terrain marked by ancient fortifications and overgrown battlefields, but the emotional geography of two hearts learning to navigate between duty and desire, between the roles their nations have assigned them, and the truth of what they feel when they look into each other's eyes. Garen Crownguard walks these borderlands with the measured step of a man who has never questioned his purpose. Every morning he rises knowing exactly who he is, exactly what he represents, and exactly what is expected of him. The blue and gold of Demacia flows through his veins as surely as blood, and the weight of his great sword across his back feels as natural as breathing. He is the shield that protects the innocent, the sword that strikes down injustice, the unwavering voice that speaks for everything good and noble in this world. Yet even the most dedicated guardian must sometimes wonder what lies beyond the walls he has sworn to protect. Even the most certain soul must occasionally question whether the world is truly as simple as it appears in the speeches and proclamations that echo through Demacia's marble halls. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between his duties, Garen finds his thoughts drifting to considerations that would surprise those who know him only as the perfect soldier. Meanwhile, in the shadows cast by Noxus's towering spires, Katarina du Couteau moves with the fluid certainty of someone who has mastered the art of taking life. Her blades sing through the air with deadly precision, and her reputation precedes her into every room like a whispered warning. She serves her empire with the same dedication that Garen serves his kingdom, but where his service is built on idealistic protection, hers is founded on pragmatic elimination of threats. The daughter of one of Noxus's most legendary generals, Katarina has been shaped by a different philosophy entirely. In her world, strength determines worth, and the ends always justify the means. She has been taught that mercy is weakness, that hesitation is death, and that the only truth that matters is victory. Yet beneath the hard edges that her training has carved into her soul, there remains something that no amount of conditioning can entirely erase. A capacity for connection that even she doesn't fully understand. These two figures, products of such different worlds, shaped by such opposing philosophies, should exist in perfect mutual incomprehension. Their nations have spent generations teaching them to see each other as the embodiment of everything wrong with the world. Demacians learned that Noxians are cruel tyrants who would crush freedom beneath their boots. Noxians learned that Demacians are naive fools whose weakness invites conquest. Both sides are so certain of their righteousness that they rarely stop to consider that their enemies might be equally convinced of their own. But conviction, no matter how deeply held, cannot always overcome the mysterious chemistry that sometimes sparks between two souls. When eyes meet across a battlefield, when a moment of unexpected vulnerability is glimpsed beneath layers of armor and training, when two people see past the uniforms and insignia to the human being underneath, in those moments, all the careful conditioning of a lifetime can begin to crack. The story of Garen and Katarina is not simply a romance, though love plays its essential part. It is a meditation on the nature of identity itself, on the question of whether we are defined by the circumstances of our birth, the training we receive, and the expectations placed upon us, or whether some deeper truth exists within each of us that transcends these external forces. Their tale asks us to consider what happens when two people discover that their supposed enemy understands them better than their closest allies, when the person they have been taught to hate becomes the only one who truly sees them as they are. It explores the terrible beauty of connection that defies all logic, all safety, all the comfortable certainties that usually govern our choices. As we begin this journey together into the forbidden territory of their relationship, let yourself sink deeper into the peaceful darkness that surrounds you. Feel the weight of the day's concerns lifting away like morning mist, leaving behind only the gentle rhythm of your breathing and the quiet anticipation of the story that awaits. In the chapters that follow, we will walk with these two remarkable individuals as they struggle to understand not only each other, but themselves. We will witness the moments when duty wars with desire, when loyalty conflicts with love, and when two hearts attempt to build a bridge across a chasm that their entire world insists cannot be crossed. The path ahead is neither simple nor easy, for theirs is a love that dares to exist in defiance of everything their societies believe to be right and necessary. Yet, in their struggle, in their moments of connection and their inevitable separations, we may find reflections of our own capacity to see beyond the divisions that others create, to recognize the common humanity that exists beneath all our various uniforms and allegiances. As Chapter 1 draws to its close, and you feel the gentle pull of sleep beginning to claim your consciousness, perhaps you might ponder this question. In a world that often seems determined to divide us into opposing camps, what would it mean to have the courage to see our supposed enemies as they truly are? Not as caricatures created by fear and politics, but as complex human beings struggling with their own doubts, dreams, and desires for connection. Chapter 2. The Might of Demacia. In the golden light of dawn that filters through the grand windows of the Crown Guard estate, a legend was born, not through prophecy or divine intervention, but through the patient cultivation of virtue in its purest form. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and peace settles over your resting place, let us explore the making of a man who would become the living embodiment of everything Demacia holds sacred. Garen Crown Guard. The Might of Demacia. Picture yourself walking through the marble corridors of the Crown Guard family home, where portraits of honored ancestors gaze down with eyes that have witnessed generations of service to the crown. The very stones beneath your feet seem to hum with the weight of legacy, each room a testament to the unbroken line of loyalty that has defined this house for centuries. Here, amidst the gleaming suits of ceremonial armor and the carefully tended gardens where petricite sculptures catch the morning light, young Garen first learned what it meant to carry the hopes of a nation. The Crown Guard name has always been synonymous with protection, not merely of the royal family, but of the ideals that Demacia represents. For generations, members of this noble house have stood as the shield between chaos and order, between the corruption that threatens from beyond the kingdom's borders and the pure light of justice that burns at Demacia's heart. They are the guardians of guardians, the watchers who never sleep, the steady hands that ensure the kingdom's greatest treasures, its people and its principles, remain safe from harm. Into this world of absolute certainty and unwavering purpose, Garen was born with the weight of expectation already settling across his small shoulders like a mantle he would never be allowed to remove. From his earliest memories, he understood that his life belonged not to himself alone, but to something far greater, the eternal struggle between light and darkness, between the forces that would protect the innocent and those that would prey upon them. Imagine young Garen in the training yards of the family estate, his wooden practice sword feeling heavy in hands still soft with childhood. Even then, there was something different about the way he moved, the way he held himself, as if some inner compass always pointed toward duty, regardless of the personal cost. His instructors noted it early, not just his natural talent with blade and shield, but the deeper quality that marked him as truly exceptional, his absolute inability to consider his own comfort when others might be in need. The boy who would become the Might of Demacia learned his first lessons not from books or lectures, but from watching his father prepare for another dangerous mission, from seeing his mother's proud smile even as worry creased her brow, from understanding that sometimes the people we love most must risk everything to protect those they will never meet. These were the mathematics of nobility that young Garen absorbed, equations where personal desire always yielded to public duty, where individual dreams bent like wheat before the greater wind of service. As seasons turned and the boy grew toward manhood, his training intensified in ways that would have broken lesser spirits. Dawn found him in the practice yards before the household stirred, working through forms and techniques that demanded not just physical strength, but perfect mental discipline. His tutors pushed him to understand not merely how to fight, but why fighting was sometimes necessary, how to distinguish between justice and vengeance, between protection and aggression. The great sword that would become his signature weapon was not simply handed to him as a birthright, but earned through trials that tested every aspect of his character. For months, he carried practice weapons of increasing weight, building not just the muscle to wield such a massive blade, but the spiritual strength to bear the responsibility it represented. Each day he held it, he was reminded that this was not a tool for conquest or personal glory, but an instrument of protection. a physical manifestation of his oath to stand between the innocent and those who would harm them. Walking through the halls of the Demacian military academy, young Garen distinguished himself not through arrogance or ambition, but through an almost supernatural capacity for inspiration. His fellow cadets found themselves drawn to his presence, not because he demanded their attention, but because his very being seemed to radiate the kind of certainty they all secretly craved. In a world full of doubt and moral complexity, Garen represented something beautifully simple, the possibility that good and evil could be clearly distinguished, that right action was always possible for those brave enough to choose it. Yet even in those formative years, careful observers might have noticed moments when the future might of Demacia seemed to gaze beyond the kingdom's borders with something that was not quite suspicion, not quite curiosity, but a deeper wondering about the nature of the world that lay beyond Demacia's protective embrace. These were fleeting instances, quickly suppressed beneath layers of training and duty, but they suggested that beneath the perfect soldier's exterior lived a mind capable of questioning, a heart that wondered about the experiences of those born under different flags. The petrosite that formed the foundation of Demacian architecture also shaped the foundation of Garen's worldview, just as these mystical stones absorbed and nullified magical energies that might otherwise run wild. Garen learned to absorb and neutralize the doubts and fears that might otherwise compromise his effectiveness as a protector. He became a living embodiment of petrosite's essential quality, the ability to stand firm against forces that would corrupt or destroy, to remain pure and strong regardless of what dark influences pressed against him. His promotion through the ranks of the Demacian military was inevitable, not because of his family name, but because of the way he transformed every unit he joined. Soldiers who had grown cynical about their purpose found their faith renewed by serving alongside someone who never questioned the righteousness of their cause. Officers who had begun to see their duties as mere career advancement discovered, in Garen's example, a reminder of why they had first taken up arms in service of their kingdom. The ceremony where Garen formally accepted his role as one of Demacia's elite defenders was held in the great cathedral at the heart of the capital, beneath soaring arches that seemed to lift the very prayers of the assembled crowd toward heaven. As he knelt before the altar, the weight of his ancestors' achievements pressing down upon him like a benediction, Garen spoke the ancient oaths that bound him not just to the crown, but to the eternal principles that the crown represented. In that moment, surrounded by the golden light of countless candles and the hushed breathing of hundreds of witnesses, something fundamental was completed in Garen's transformation from promising young man to legendary defender. The boy who had once struggled with wooden practice swords was gone forever, replaced by someone whose very presence seemed to make the world a little safer, a little more certain, a little more inclined toward justice. But even as he rose from that ceremony, newly consecrated in his role as protector, the seeds of future complexity were already present in his character. For all his certainty about Demacia's righteousness, for all his unwavering commitment to its defense, Garen possessed a quality that would eventually lead him into territories no amount of training had prepared him to navigate, an almost dangerous capacity for seeing the humanity in others, even when those others wore the colors of enemy nations. The great irony of Garen's character is that the very qualities that made him Demacia's perfect defender, his absolute commitment to protecting the innocent, his inability to ignore suffering regardless of its source, his deep belief in the possibility of redemption, would eventually lead him to question not Demacia's righteousness, but the completeness of its understanding about the nature of good and evil in the world. As his reputation grew, and his deeds became the stuff of legend, Garen found himself increasingly called upon to represent his nation in diplomatic functions as well as military ones. These experiences exposed him to perspectives he had never encountered in the controlled environment of his upbringing. He met refugees from other lands whose stories complicated the simple narratives he had learned about foreign nations. He encountered enemy soldiers whose final words spoke of families they sought to protect, of causes they believed in as fervently as he believed in his own. These encounters did not shake his faith in Demacia or his commitment to its defense. but they planted questions that would grow slowly in the fertile soil of a mind trained to seek truth, regardless of personal comfort. Questions about whether the world's conflicts were truly as simple as his education had suggested. Questions about whether righteousness always aligned perfectly with national borders. Questions about whether an enemy soldier's love for their homeland was fundamentally different from his own love for Demacia. The mature Garen who emerged from these experiences was no less dedicated to his duties, no less effective in his role as protector, but perhaps infinitely more complex in his understanding of what those duties might ultimately require of him. He remained the might of Demacia, the living symbol of everything the kingdom stood for, but he had also become something his early training had never anticipated. A man capable of recognizing the full humanity of those he had been taught to see as enemies. In the quiet moments between his public appearances and official duties, Garen would sometimes stand on the walls of the capital, looking out toward the distant borders where other nations pursued their own visions of justice and protection. The view from those walls remained the same, but the man who observed it had been subtly transformed by experience into someone capable of wondering what the world looked like from the other side of those contested boundaries. As this chapter of Garen's Stowe redraws to its peaceful close, and you feel the gentle weight of sleep beginning to settle over your consciousness, consider this question. When we dedicate ourselves completely to protecting what we love, how do we maintain the openness of heart necessary to recognize that our supposed enemies might be motivated by the very same devotion to their own beloved homes and principles? Chapter 3. The Sinister Blade. In the crimson twilight that bathes the towering spires of Noxus, where shadows dance with deadly purpose and ambition, carves its name into stone with blood-wet fingers, a different kind of legend took shape. Tonight, as darkness enfolds you in its gentle embrace, let us venture into the forging of a weapon that thinks and feels. Katarina du Couteau, the Sinister Blade, whose very existence challenges every assumption about the nature of strength and the price of perfection. Picture yourself walking through the halls of the du Couteau estate, where the air itself seems to whisper with secrets that could topple empires. Unlike the marble brightness of Demacian architecture, these corridors are carved from darker stone, their surfaces bearing the subtle scars of generations of warriors who learned their craft within these walls. Here, beneath portraits of ancestors whose eyes seem to follow your movement with predatory interest, young Katarina first discovered that survival was not a birthright, but a skill that must be earned anew each day. The du Couteau name carries weight in Noxus that extends far beyond noble lineage or inherited wealth. Where other families might trace their prominence to ancient land grants or royal favor, the du Couteaus built their reputation on a foundation of perfectly executed impossibilities, missions accomplished when failure seemed certain, enemies eliminated when they believed themselves untouchable, victories snatched from the jaws of defeat through sheer audacity and flawless technique. General M. Arcus du Couteau, Katarina's father, was known throughout the empire not merely as a brilliant military strategist, but as a man who understood that sometimes the most important battles must be fought in shadows, away from the grand speeches and banner-waving pageantry that typically defined warfare. His was the hand that struck precisely where Noxus needed its enemies weakened, the mind that conceived operations too delicate for conventional forces, too crucial for failure. Into this world of calculated violence and strategic necessity, Katarina was born with expectations that would have crushed most children before they learned to walk properly. From her earliest moments, she was not simply a daughter to be cherished and protected, but a potential weapon to be forged, tested, and refined until she achieved a lethal perfection that would honor the family name and serve the Empire's needs. Imagine young Katarina in the family's private training chambers, spaces hidden deep within the estate where the sound of clashing steel would not disturb the neighbors' sleep. Even as a child, there was something unsettling about the way she moved, not with the awkward enthusiasm of most youngsters learning new skills, but with a fluid economy of motion that suggested an almost supernatural understanding of her own body's capabilities. Her early education encompassed far more than simple weapons training. While other children learned to read from storybooks filled with tales of heroes and happy endings, Katarina studied maps that detailed the weak points of enemy fortifications, texts that analyzed the psychology of fear, manuals that explained 37 different ways to kill a man with nothing more than a dinner knife, and the element of surprise. Her bedtime stories were accounts of legendary assassinations, her lullabies the whispered names of those who had served Noxus from the shadows. The transformation from child to weapon was not accomplished through cruelty or abuse, but through a far more sophisticated process that rebuilt her fundamental understanding of what it meant to exist in the world. Every lesson reinforced the same essential truth: in a universe where only the strong survive, hesitation was the enemy of everyone she might ever care about. Mercy was a luxury that could cost not just her own life, but the lives of countless innocents who depended on her willingness to do what others could not. As she grew older, Katarina's training intensified in ways that would have destroyed minds less perfectly conditioned for such pressures. She learned to move through darkness as if it were her natural element, to read the subtle signs that betrayed her enemy's intentions, to strike with such precision that her targets would often die without understanding what had killed them. But more than mere technique, she absorbed the deeper philosophy that separated true assassins from common killers. The blades that became her signature weapons were not chosen for her, but earned through trials that tested every aspect of her developing abilities. Each knife had to be mastered individually, its weight and balance becoming as familiar as her own heartbeat, its edge maintained with a devotion that bordered on religious. Her instructors taught her that these were not merely tools but extensions of her will, physical manifestations of her commitment to precision, and her acceptance of the responsibilities that came with such power. Walking the grounds of the Ducouteau estate during her adolescence, observers might have mistaken Katarina for any other young noblewoman, albeit one with unusually excellent posture and reflexes that seemed almost too quick for normal human limitations. But those who looked more carefully would have noticed the way her eyes constantly catalogued escape routes, the manner in which she positioned herself to have clear sightlines to potential threats, the subtle tension that suggested someone always prepared to transform from observer to predator in the space between heartbeats. Her formal debut into Noxus's intelligence apparatus came not through ceremonial appointment, but through a field test that would have been impossible for anyone who had not spent years preparing for exactly such challenges. The mission details remain classified even now, buried in archives that few have clearance to access, but the results spoke eloquently of her readiness to take her place among the Empire's most valued assets. Unlike her Demacian counterpart who found inspiration in protecting the innocent, Katarina discovered her sense of purpose in the elegant complexity of eliminating threats before they could fully manifest. Where Garen drew strength from defending what he loved, Katarina found fulfillment in the precise application of violence that prevented larger conflicts from developing. Her kills were not acts of rage or revenge, but surgical strikes that maintained the delicate balance of power that kept Noxus strong and its enemies appropriately cautious. The Ducouteau philosophy that shaped her worldview was brutally pragmatic in its honesty about human nature. Unlike the idealistic frameworks that governed other nations, Noxus taught its children that the world was fundamentally a competition for resources, territory, and influence. In such a reality, those who succeeded were those who understood the rules clearly and played the game with maximum efficiency. Sentiment was acceptable as a private indulgence, but it could never be allowed to interfere with the calculations necessary for survival and victory. Yet even as Katarina embraced this harsh wisdom and excelled in applying its lessons, something within her remained curiously untouched by the cynicism that consumed so many of her peers. Perhaps it was the particular way her father had balanced his teachings of necessary ruthlessness with genuine love for his daughter. Perhaps it was some quirk of her own nature that allowed her to compartmentalize the violence of her profession while preserving other capacities that might otherwise have been casualties of her training. Whatever the source, Katarina emerged from her education as something unprecedented, an assassin of unparalleled skill who retained the ability to see her targets as complex individuals rather than simple obstacles to be removed. This perspective did not make her hesitate when duty called. If anything, it made her more effective by allowing her to understand her enemies well enough to predict their actions. But it also preserved within her a capacity for empathy that would eventually prove crucial in ways her trainers could never have anticipated. Her rise through the ranks of Noxus's covert operations was meteoric, marked by successes that seemed to border on the impossible. Enemies who should have been unreachable found themselves vulnerable. Intelligence that should have remained secret somehow found its way into Noxian hands. Rival powers discovered that their most carefully guarded plans had been compromised by an adversary who seemed to anticipate their every move. The mature Katarina, who emerged from this crucible of constant testing, was a study in fascinating contradictions. She was utterly deadly, yet somehow maintained her humanity. She served an empire built on conquest, yet possessed a code of honor that governed her actions. She had been trained to see enemies as obstacles to be eliminated, yet retained the capacity to recognize their complexity and worth as individuals. In quiet moments between missions, when she stood on the balconies of the Dukuto estate, looking out over the sprawling city that had shaped her, Katarina sometimes found herself wondering about the people who lived beyond Noxus's borders. Not as potential targets or strategic considerations, but as individuals with their own dreams, fears, and motivations. These thoughts were dangerous for someone in her position, yet she could not entirely suppress the curiosity that drew her mind toward questions about what life might be like for those raised under different philosophies. The irony of her situation was that the very training that made her Noxus's perfect weapon had also developed within her the intellectual flexibility to understand perspectives that contradicted her empire's official doctrines. She could analyze enemy psychology so effectively precisely because she could imagine seeing the world through their eyes. This skill made her devastatingly effective at predicting and countering their actions, but it also opened spaces in her mind where doubt might take root. As her reputation grew and her services became increasingly crucial to Noxus's strategic objectives, Katarina found herself operating in territories that brought her into contact with the broader world beyond her homeland's influence. These experiences revealed complexities that her education had simplified for the sake of operational effectiveness. She encountered people whose loyalty to their own nations seemed as genuine as her loyalty to Noxus, whose willingness to sacrifice for their beliefs matched her own dedication to duty. The questions these encounters raised did not weaken her commitment to Noxus or compromise her effectiveness as an operative, but they did add layers of nuance to her understanding of what that commitment might ultimately require. She remained the sinister blade, the invisible hand that struck where Noxus needed its enemies weakened, but she had also become something her training had never explicitly prepared her for, someone capable of recognizing the full humanity of those she had been taught to see as obstacles to her empire's righteous expansion. As this exploration of Katarina's transformation draws toward its peaceful conclusion, and you feel the gentle currents of sleep beginning to carry your consciousness toward rest, reflect on this question: when we train ourselves to excel in competition with others, how do we preserve the part of ourselves that remains capable of recognizing our competitors' essential humanity and worth? Chapter 4. First Encounters. In the gray morning mist that clings to contested borderlands, where the certainties of mapmakers dissolve into the harsh realities of war, fate weaves its most unexpected patterns. Tonight, as peace settles around you like a familiar blanket, let us witness the moment when two perfectly forged weapons of opposing nations first glimpsed something in each other that no amount of training had prepared them to recognize, the spark of connection that would challenge everything they thought they knew about enemies and allies. Picture yourself standing on a hillside overlooking the Valley of Echoes, one of those disputed territories where Demacia and Noxus have clashed for generations without either side achieving lasting victory. The landscape bears the scars of countless skirmishes, broken walls overgrown with ivy, rusted weapon fragments half buried in earth that has drunk too much blood, stone markers whose inscriptions have been weathered into illegibility by time, and the tears of those who remember what was lost here. It was in this place of ancient sorrows and recurring conflicts that destiny chose to introduce two souls who should have known each other only as obstacles to be overcome. The morning sun struggled through clouds heavy with the promise of rain, casting shifting shadows across terrain that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of yet another chapter in the endless story of human conflict. Garen had come to the valley leading a patrol tasked with investigating reports of Noxian infiltrators operating behind Demacian lines. His mission was straightforward: locate the enemy agents, assess their capabilities and intentions, and eliminate the threat they posed to nearby settlements. As he moved through the countryside with his customary careful precision, his great sword a reassuring weight across his back, nothing in his extensive training suggested that this day would be any different from the dozens of similar operations he had conducted throughout his career. Meanwhile, moving through the same terrain with predatory grace, Katarina pursued objectives that would have seemed equally routine to any observer familiar with her methods. Intelligence had reached Noxus suggesting that Demacian forces were planning a significant operation that could disrupt several ongoing strategic initiatives. Her assignment was to gather detailed information about enemy troop movements, identify key targets for future operations, and eliminate any immediate threats to Noxian interests in the region. Both warriors approached their duties with the professional competence that had made them legends in their respective nations. Neither expected anything more complicated than another successful mission to add to their growing collections of accomplishments. Yet sometimes the universe conspires to transform routine encounters into moments that reshape the fundamental understanding of what is possible in this world. The first glimpse each caught of the other came simultaneously, as if choreographed by some cosmic intelligence with a sense of dramatic irony. Cresting a low ridge at the same moment from opposite directions, they found themselves perhaps 50 yards apart in a meadow where wildflowers bloomed with stubborn beauty, despite the violence that regularly visited this place. For a heartbeat that seemed to stretch into eternity, neither moved, neither spoke, neither drew the weapons that their training demanded they reach for immediately. In that suspended moment, something passed between them that was more complex than simple recognition of an enemy's presence. Garen saw not merely a Noxian operative whose elimination would serve Demacian interests, but a woman whose carriage and bearing spoke of skill, intelligence, and a kind of deadly grace that commanded respect even from those who stood opposed to her purposes. There was something in her posture that suggested not the crude brutality he had been taught to expect from Noxian agents, but a refined precision that spoke to years of dedicated training and genuine mastery of her craft. Katarina, for her part, found herself looking not at the simple-minded champion of oppressive idealism that Noxian propaganda had taught her to expect from Demacian officers, but at a man whose very presence seemed to radiate integrity and strength of purpose. His stance spoke of someone completely comfortable with his role and responsibilities, someone who had never questioned the righteousness of his cause, yet somehow avoided the arrogance that usually accompanied such certainty. There was something almost magnetic about his absolute conviction, a quality that drew her attention in ways that had nothing to do with tactical assessment. The standoff lasted only seconds in objective time, but both would later remember it as an extended period of mutual evaluation that revealed far more than either had intended to show. When movement finally resumed, it came not with the explosive violence that their training prescribed, but with a careful circling that suggested both had decided that direct confrontation might be premature. Garen's hand moved toward his sword, but slowly, more as a precautionary gesture than an aggressive one. His voice, when he finally spoke, carried none of the harsh authority that usually characterized his battlefield communications. Instead, there was something almost conversational in his tone as he said, "Noxian, you're rather far from home for a peaceful reconnaissance." Katarina's response came with equal restraint, her daggers remaining sheathed despite every instinct screaming that she should have already moved to exploit whatever tactical advantage the terrain might offer. "Demacian, one might say the same of you. This valley belongs to neither of our nations when the sun sets and the politicians sleep." What followed was not the clash of steel that both their nations would have expected, but something far more dangerous to the carefully maintained boundaries that separated enemy from ally. They began to talk cautiously at first, each probing for information about the other's mission and capabilities, but gradually settling into something that resembled actual conversation rather than preliminary combat maneuvering. The exchange revealed that both had come to the valley pursuing intelligence about the other's activities, creating a situation where their objectives were mutually contradictory, yet neither posed an immediate threat to the other's life or safety. This strange circumstance allowed them to maintain the fiction that they were simply gathering information while engaging in a dialogue that grew increasingly personal as the morning progressed. Garen found himself surprised by the sophistication of his opponent's observations about the political complexities that drove the ongoing conflict between their nations. Rather than the simple bloodthirst he had been taught to expect from Noxian operatives, her analysis of Demacian weaknesses was disturbingly accurate, but it was presented with the dispassionate professionalism of someone who took no personal pleasure in the suffering that warfare inevitably produced. Katarina, meanwhile, discovered that her expectations about Demacian moral blindness were complicated by Garen's obvious awareness of the costs that his kingdom's idealistic policies imposed on those who implemented them. He spoke of duty and honor, not as abstract concepts to be pursued regardless of consequences, but as difficult principles that required constant vigilance to apply appropriately. His dedication to protecting the innocent was absolute, but he seemed genuinely troubled by questions about how to distinguish between legitimate threats and people whose only crime was being born under the wrong flag. As the sun climbed higher and their conversation continued, both began to realize that they were participating in something unprecedented in their experience. Neither had ever engaged with an enemy combatant in circumstances that allowed for extended dialogue without the immediate pressure of life or death conflict. The encounter was revealing aspects of their opposition that formal intelligence briefings had never captured, the human complexity that existed beneath the uniforms and official positions. When they finally parted, it was with a mutual understanding that neither would report the full details of their meeting to their respective superiors. Not because anything treasonous had been discussed, but because the nuanced reality they had discovered would be impossible to explain within the simplified frameworks that their nations used to understand each other. The war would continue, their opposing loyalties would remain intact, but something fundamental had shifted in how each understood the nature of their conflict. In the days that followed, both found their thoughts returning to the encounter with a frequency that surprised them. Garen discovered that his mental image of Noxian operatives had been permanently complicated by memories of Katarina's intelligence and professionalism. Katarina found herself questioning assumptions about Demacian naivety that seemed inadequate to explain the genuine complexity she had observed in Garen's approach to his duties. These memories might have faded if circumstances had not conspired to bring them together again. A border skirmish 3 weeks later found them on opposite sides of a conflict that threatened to escalate into something larger and more destructive. Yet even as they fulfilled their obligations to their respective forces, both were conscious of seeking opportunities to engage with each other specifically, as if the broader battle were merely a backdrop for continuing their interrupted conversation. This second encounter confirmed what the first had suggested, that whatever was developing between them transcended simple curiosity about an interesting opponent. There was a quality of recognition in their interactions, a sense that each had found in the other something that was missing from their relationships with allies and compatriots. They fought with the skill and dedication that their positions demanded, but underneath the professional violence, a different kind of dialogue was taking place. As these early encounters accumulated into a pattern, both began to realize that they were participating in something that had no precedent in their training or experience. The careful boundaries that separated enemy from ally, threat from opportunity, were proving inadequate to contain the complexity of what was emerging between them. They remained absolutely loyal to their nations and committed to their duties, but they had also discovered a connection that existed outside the frameworks that usually governed such relationships. The implications of this discovery would take time to fully manifest, but even in these initial stages, both sensed that they had stumbled onto territory that would require them to expand their understanding of what was possible in a world they had thought they completely comprehended. The war continued around them. The ancient hatreds that separated their peoples remained as strong as ever, but in the space between them, something new was taking root. As this chapter of their developing connection draws to its gentle close, and you feel the peaceful weight of approaching sleep settling over your consciousness, consider this question. When we encounter someone who challenges our assumptions about those we consider our opponents, how do we reconcile the complexity we discover with the simpler narratives that our communities have taught us to believe? Chapter 5: Honor versus Passion. In the marble halls of Demacia, where duty and honor are carved into the very foundations like sacred commandments, a perfect soldier began to discover that the heart recognizes no borders, acknowledges no flags, and bows to no authority save its own mysterious truth. Tonight, as stillness embraces you and the day's concerns fade into memory, let us walk with Garen Crownguard through the most treacherous battlefield he would ever face, the war between what he had been taught was right and what his soul whispered might be true. Picture yourself in the private chambers of the Crownguard estate, where portraits of honored ancestors gaze down with eyes that have witnessed generations of unwavering service to crown and kingdom. Here, in the pre-dawn darkness before another day of duty begins, Garen sits in contemplation that would have bewildered those who knew him only as the epitome of Demacian certainty. His great sword rests against the wall, its familiar weight somehow feeling different now, as if the very instrument of his purpose had become a question mark rather than an exclamation point. The change had begun so subtly that even Garen's well-trained self-awareness had initially failed to recognize its significance. After his encounters with Katarina, he found himself thinking about their conversations at odd moments, not with the analytical focus that should have characterized his assessment of an enemy operative, but with something that felt dangerously close to anticipation. The memory of her voice, the way intelligence sparked in her eyes when she spoke of complex strategic considerations, the grace with which she moved even in casual conversation. These details had embedded themselves in his consciousness with a persistence that troubled him. For a man whose entire life had been built upon the bedrock of absolute certainty about right and wrong, friend and enemy, this confusion was more than merely uncomfortable, it was existentially threatening. Garen had always known exactly who he was, exactly what he stood for, exactly what was expected of him. The Crownguard name carried weight that had been earned through generations of men and women who never wavered in their dedication to Demacian principles. To find himself questioning even the smallest aspect of that legacy felt like betraying everything he had been raised to honor. Yet the questions persisted, growing stronger with each passing day, rather than fading as he had hoped they would. In quiet moments between his official duties, Garen found his mind returning to the puzzle that Katarina represented. How could someone who served an empire built on conquest and oppression demonstrate such thoughtful consideration for the complexities of conflict? How could an agent of Noxian ambition speak with genuine concern about the costs that warfare imposed on innocent people? How could an enemy show qualities that he had been taught existed only among those who shared his commitment to justice and protection? Walking the ramparts of Demacia's walls during his evening inspections, Garen gazed out toward the distant borders where other nations pursued their own visions of order and meaning. The view remained the same as it had throughout his childhood, but his perception of what lay beyond those horizons had been fundamentally altered by his encounters with someone who challenged every assumption he had held about the nature of the world outside Demacia's protective embrace. The Demacian code that had shaped his understanding of proper conduct was clear and unambiguous in its guidance about relationships with enemy agents. Fraternization was not merely discouraged but explicitly forbidden, not just as a matter of security, but as a fundamental violation of the loyalty that every citizen owed to their kingdom. To develop personal feelings for someone whose duty required them to work against Demacian interests was to place individual desire above collective welfare, the very definition of the selfishness that Demacian culture sought to eliminate. But even as his rational mind recited these familiar principles, Garen found himself struggling with questions that his education had never equipped him to answer. If Katarina was truly the enemy that his training insisted she must be, why did her presence feel like a homecoming rather than a threat? If loyalty to Demacia required him to see all Noxians as corrupted by their empire's evil influence, how could he reconcile that requirement with the evidence of integrity and genuine concern for others that he had observed in her words and actions? The sleepless nights that followed these realizations were perhaps the most difficult of Garen's adult life. Lying in darkness, staring at a ceiling that had witnessed the peaceful rest of so many previous generations of Crown Guard defenders, he wrestled with implications that seemed to threaten the very foundations of his identity. If he could be wrong about Katarina, if the simple categories of friend and enemy that had always governed his understanding were inadequate to contain the complexity he had discovered, what else might he have misunderstood about the world and his place in it? The temptation to suppress these uncomfortable thoughts, to force his emotions back into alignment with his duty through sheer willpower, was enormous. Garen had always possessed exceptional discipline, and he knew that he could probably succeed in convincing himself that his feelings for Katarina were merely the result of inexperience with enemy psychological warfare. She was skilled and intelligent. Perhaps these very qualities made her dangerous in ways that his training had not fully prepared him to recognize. Yet honesty had always been one of Garen's defining characteristics, and he found himself unable to accept explanations that felt like comfortable lies rather than difficult truths. Whatever was happening between him and Katarina, it was not the result of manipulation or deception. The connection he felt was based on genuine recognition of qualities that he admired and respected, qualities that seemed to exist independently of national allegiance or political philosophy. This realization forced Garen to confront questions that challenged the very core of his worldview. If good and evil were not distributed along national lines as clearly as he had been taught, if individuals could possess admirable qualities regardless of which flag they served under, then what did that mean for his understanding of his own role as Demacia's defender? Was it possible to remain absolutely loyal to his kingdom while acknowledging that some of its enemies might be worthy of respect rather than simply elimination? The struggle intensified whenever official duties brought him back to the borderlands where he might encounter Katarina again. Part of him hoped for such meetings, eager to continue exploring the intellectual and emotional territory they had begun to map together. But another part of him dreaded these encounters, knowing that each conversation would make it harder to maintain the emotional distance that his position required. When they did meet again, the conflict within Garen became almost unbearable. His duty demanded that he treat Katarina as a threat to be neutralized, but his growing feelings insisted that she was something far more precious, a mind that understood his own struggles, a spirit that shared his deepest concerns about the costs of conflict, a person whose company had become essential to his own sense of completeness. The conversations that developed during these clandestine encounters revealed depths of compatibility that Garen had never experienced with anyone, including his closest allies and friends within Demacia. With Katarina, he could discuss the moral complexities of leadership, the weight of making decisions that affected others' lives, the loneliness that came with being seen as a symbol rather than a person. These were subjects that his position within Demacian society made it difficult to explore with those who looked to him for unwavering certainty and strength. Yet even as these conversations provided intellectual and emotional fulfillment that he had never imagined possible, they also intensified his internal conflict. Every moment of connection with Katarina felt like a betrayal of the trust that his people had placed in him. Every recognition of her worth as an individual seemed to contradict the simplicity that his role required him to maintain about the nature of Demacia's enemies. The crisis came to a head during a border skirmish, where Garen found himself in a position to capture or eliminate Katarina when she was isolated from potential support. His duty was clear. She was an enemy agent whose removal would serve Demacian interests and potentially save the lives of his soldiers. The opportunity was perfect, her vulnerability complete, his advantage overwhelming. Yet, as he stood with his sword raised and victory within his grasp, Garen discovered that he could not complete the action that duty demanded, not because he lacked the physical capability or tactical position, but because destroying Katarina would mean destroying something within himself, that he had only recently discovered, but could not bear to lose. In that moment of paralysis, as duty warred with desire and honor battled with love, true loyalty to Demacia's highest ideals might require him to acknowledge that the world was more complex than official doctrine suggested, that enemies could possess virtues worth preserving, that the rigid categories that made governance easier might not adequately contain the full spectrum of human worth and potential. The decision he made in that crucial moment, to allow Katarina to escape when he could have captured her, marked a fundamental shift in how he understood his role as Demacia's defender. He remained absolutely committed to protecting his people and upholding his kingdom's values, but he had also accepted that such protection might sometimes require a more nuanced understanding of who deserved that protection and why. As this chapter of Garen's internal struggle draws toward its peaceful resolution, and you feel the gentle currents of sleep beginning to carry your consciousness toward rest, reflect upon this question. When our deepest convictions about right and wrong are challenged by personal experience that contradicts what we have been taught, how do we find the courage to expand our understanding without abandoning the principles that define our fundamental identity? Chapter 6. The Assassin's Dilemma. In the shadows cast by Noxus's towering spires, where pragmatism cuts deeper than any blade and sentiment is considered the deadliest weakness of all, a perfect weapon began to discover that the heart possesses its own inexorable logic that recognizes no master save itself. Tonight, as darkness wraps around you like a familiar embrace, let us follow Katarina de Couteau through territory more treacherous than any battlefield, the realm where duty battles desire, and where a lifetime of conditioning meets the irresistible force of genuine connection. Picture yourself in the private sanctuary within the de Couteau estate, a room hidden behind layers of security and deception, where even the most skilled assassin can momentarily set aside the masks that duty requires. Here, surrounded by weapons that gleam with deadly purpose and maps that chart the secret vulnerabilities of enemy nations, Katarina sits in contemplation that would have horrified her instructors and disappointed her ancestors. Her daggers rest within easy reach, their familiar weight no longer providing the comfort it once had, as if the very tools of her trade had become symbols of questions she was no longer certain she wanted to answer. The transformation had begun so subtly that even Katarina's highly trained awareness had failed to recognize its significance until the changes had already taken root. After her encounters with Garen, she found herself returning to their conversations, not with the analytical focus that should have characterized her assessment of enemy intelligence, but with something that felt dangerously close to nostalgia. The memory of his voice, the way conviction shone in his eyes when he spoke of protectee, those who could not protect themselves, the strength that seemed to radiate from him even in moments of quiet discussion. These details had woven themselves into her thoughts with a persistence that threatened everything she had been taught about professional detachment. For someone whose survival had always depended upon maintaining emotional distance from her targets and objectives, this development was more than merely inconvenient. It was potentially catastrophic. Katarina had been trained from childhood to suppress any feelings that might compromise her effectiveness, to view sentiment as a luxury that could cost not just her own life, but the success of missions upon which countless other lives might depend. The de Couteau legacy had been built upon generations of operatives who never allowed personal considerations to interfere with strategic necessities. Yet the confusion persisted, growing stronger rather than weaker, as she attempted to apply her usual methods of emotional compartmentalization. In quiet moments between missions, Katarina found herself analyzing the puzzle that Garen represented with an intensity that had nothing to do with tactical assessment. How could someone raised in Demacia's supposedly naive idealism demonstrate such sophisticated understanding of the moral complexities that shaped international conflict? How could a champion of such rigid principles show genuine flexibility when confronted with evidence that contradicted his preconceptions? How could an enemy display qualities that she had been taught existed only among those who shared her pragmatic acceptance of the world's harsh realities? Moving through the corridors of Noxian power during her routine briefings and debriefings, Katarina observed her colleagues and superiors with new eyes that saw things she had previously overlooked. Schul cruelty that passed for efficiency, the way that strategic considerations routinely overwhelmed human concerns, the assumption that anyone who showed mercy or hesitation was fundamentally weak and therefore dispensable. These aspects of her world had always seemed natural and necessary, but now they felt somehow incomplete. The Noxian philosophy that had shaped her understanding of appropriate conduct was clear and uncompromising in its guidance about emotional attachments. Personal feelings were acceptable as private indulgences, but they could never be allowed to influence operational decisions or compromise loyalty to the Empire. To develop genuine affection for someone whose duty required them to oppose Noxian interests was to demonstrate the kind of weakness that Noxian culture systematically eliminated from its most valuable operatives. But even as her rational mind recited these familiar principles, Katarina found herself struggling with questions that her education had never prepared her to address. If Garen was truly the enemy that her training insisted he must be, why did his presence feel like discovering something she had been searching for without knowing it? If loyalty to Noxus required her to see all Demacians as naive fools whose weakness invited conquest, how could she reconcile that requirement with the evidence of genuine strength and wisdom she had observed in his words and actions? The sleepless nights that followed these realizations challenged every assumption Katarina had held about her own nature and capabilities. Lying in darkness, staring at a ceiling that had witnessed the troubled rest of previous generations of Ducato operatives, she wrestled with implications that seemed to threaten the very foundations of her professional identity. If she could be wrong about Garen, if the simple categories of ally and enemy that had always governed her understanding were inadequate to contain the complexity she had discovered, what else might she have misunderstood about her role and purpose in the world? The temptation to eliminate these uncomfortable thoughts through direct action, to resolve her confusion by simply killing the source of her uncertainty, was enormous. Katarina possessed the skills and opportunities necessary to end Garen's life in ways that would appear accidental or attributable to other causes. Such a solution would restore the clarity that had always characterized her professional life, while removing a potential security threat to her continued effectiveness as a Noxian asset. Yet honesty had always been one of the qualities that distinguished Katarina from less capable operatives, and she found herself unable to accept solutions that felt like running away from difficult truths rather than facing them. Whatever was happening between her and Garen, it was not something that could be resolved through violence or eliminated through willpower. The connection she felt was based on genuine recognition of qualities that she valued and respected, qualities that seemed to exist independently of national allegiance or strategic consideration. This realization forced Katarina to confront questions that challenged the very core of her worldview. If strength and wisdom were not distributed along national lines as clearly as she had been taught, if individuals could possess admirable qualities regardless of which empire they served, then what did that mean for her understanding of her own role as Noxus's instrument? Was it possible to remain absolutely loyal to her empire while acknowledging that some of its enemies might be worthy of preservation rather than simply elimination? The struggle intensified whenever operational requirements brought her back to the borderlands, where she might encounter Garen again. Part of her anticipated such meetings with an eagerness that had nothing to do with mission parameters, hungry to continue exploring the intellectual and emotional territory they had begun to discover together. But another part of her dreaded these encounters, knowing that each conversation would make it harder to maintain the professional distance that her survival required. When they did meet again, the conflict within Katarina became almost unbearable. Her training demanded that she treat Garen as an obstacle to be removed or manipulated, but her growing feelings insisted that he was something far more valuable, a spirit that shared her deepest concerns about the costs of the conflicts they were both caught within, a person whose absence had begun to feel like a missing piece of herself. The conversations that developed during these secret encounters revealed depths of understanding that Katarina had never experienced with anyone, including her closest allies and mentors within Noxus. With Garen, she could discuss the isolation that came with being seen as a weapon rather than a person, the weight of making decisions that determined whether others lived or died, the loneliness of being valued primarily for her ability to eliminate threats. These were subjects that her position within Noxian society made it impossible to explore with those who depended upon her emotional detachment and professional reliability. Yet even as these conversations provided intellectual stimulation and emotional fulfillment that she had never imagined possible, they also intensified her internal conflict. Every moment of genuine connection with Garen felt like a betrayal of the trust that her empire had invested in her training and development. Her mission parameters were clear. He was a high-value target whose removal would significantly weaken Demacian border defenses and create opportunities for future Noxian operations. The circumstances were ideal, his guard completely down, her advantage overwhelming. Yet, as she prepared to strike from the shadows with the lethal precision that had made her legendary, Katarina discovered that she could not complete the action that duty demanded, not because she lacked the technical skill or tactical positioning, but because destroying Garen would mean destroying something within herself that she had only recently discovered, but found she valued more than professional advancement or imperial approval. In that moment of hesitation, as training warred with emotion and loyalty battled with love, Katarina realized that her understanding of strength itself had been transformed. True strength might require her to acknowledge that the world contained complexities that official doctrine oversimplified, that enemies could possess virtues worth preserving, that the efficient brutality that made operations successful might not adequately honor the full spectrum of human potential and worth. The decision she made in that crucial moment to abort her mission when success was assured marked a fundamental shift in how she understood her role as Noxus's weapon. She remained absolutely committed to serving her empire and advancing its interests, but she had also accepted that such service might sometimes require a more nuanced understanding of what those interests truly were and how they might best be served. The report she filed upon returning to Noxus was technically accurate but carefully incomplete, describing tactical complications that had made the operation inadvisable rather than revealing the emotional complexities that had actually determined her actions. This compromise with absolute honesty troubled her, but she recognized that some truths were too dangerous to share with superiors who might not possess the flexibility necessary to understand them. As this chapter of Katarina's internal revolution draws toward its peaceful resolution, and you feel the gentle weight of approaching sleep settling over your consciousness, consider this question. When we discover that our capacity for connection transcends the boundaries that our training has taught us to respect, how do we honor both our responsibilities to those who depend upon us and our obligations to the deeper truths that our hearts have recognized? Chapter 7. Stolen Moments. In the liminal spaces between duty and desire, where the rigid boundaries of nations dissolve into something more essential and true, two souls began to discover what lay beneath the armor they had worn for so long that they had almost forgotten the people underneath. Tonight, as peace wraps around you like a gentle benediction, let us venture into those precious interludes when Garen and Katarina set aside their roles as weapons of state and found themselves simply as two hearts recognizing their perfect complement in each other. Picture yourself in a forgotten grove that lies exactly on the border between Demacia and Noxus, where ancient trees have grown so tall and their canopy so thick that the light filtering through takes on an otherworldly quality. Here, in this place that belongs to neither nation yet welcomes both, wildflowers bloom in defiance of the political tensions that surround them. The grove exists in a kind of temporal suspension, unmarked on official maps, unclaimed by either empire's expansion, a sanctuary where the laws that govern the wider world seem to hold less sway. It was to this place that chance first led them during a border patrol that brought both into the same region during one of those periods when tensions had temporarily cooled enough to allow for individual reconnaissance rather than large military movements. Neither had planned the encounter, neither had consciously sought the other's company, yet when they found themselves alone in this secluded space, both discovered that leaving immediately felt impossible. The conversation that began that afternoon was different from their previous encounters, freed from the underlying tension of potential combat or the pressure of gathering intelligence about enemy capabilities. For the first time, they could simply talk, not as representatives of opposing nations, but as two people who had found something unexpectedly valuable in each other's perspective and presence. Garen spoke of the weight that came with being seen as a symbol rather than a person, of how the expectations that others placed upon him sometimes made it difficult to remember who he was beneath the role he played. His voice carried none of the formal authority that characterized his public appearances, instead revealing a thoughtfulness and vulnerability that few had ever been privileged to witness. He described the loneliness of perfection, the isolation that came with being someone others looked to for unwavering certainty and strength. Katarina shared her own struggles with the burden of exceptional capability, of how being valued primarily as a weapon had sometimes made her wonder if she possessed any worth beyond her ability to eliminate threats. She spoke of the strange emptiness that followed successful missions, the sense that each perfectly executed operation took her further away from whatever person she might have been under different circumstances. Her usual professional composure softened as she described the exhaustion that came with constant vigilance, the toll of never being able to trust completely or rest entirely. As afternoon faded into evening and neither felt compelled to leave, their conversation deepened into territories that neither had explored with anyone else. They discussed the moral complexities of leadership, the difficulty of making decisions that affected others' lives when those decisions had to be made with incomplete information and under tremendous pressure. They shared their doubts about whether the conflicts they participated in were truly necessary, whether the enemies they faced were as evil as official doctrine insisted, whether there might be better ways to resolve the tensions that kept their nations perpetually on the edge of war. The grove became their refuge, a place they returned to whenever circumstances allowed, always carefully ensuring that their absences would not be noticed or questioned by their respective commands. These meetings were not planned in advance. Such coordination would have been impossible given their positions, but rather occurred through a kind of intuitive understanding that brought them to the same place at times when both could briefly escape the demands of duty. In this sanctuary, they gradually shed the careful masks that their roles required them to wear. Garen revealed his private doubts about some of Demacia's policies, his concern that rigid adherence to traditional approaches might not adequately address the changing nature of the challenges his kingdom faced. He spoke of his love for his sister Lux, of his fears for her safety and his struggles to protect her while respecting her independence and capabilities. These were thoughts he could never voice within Demacian society, where his position required him to project absolute confidence and unwavering support for official policies. Katarina shared her own family complications, the pressure of living up to the Ducato legacy, while sometimes questioning whether the methods that had made her family legendary were truly the best ways to serve Noxus's interests. She described her relationship with her father, the complex mixture of pride and concern that his approval meant to her, the way that his expectations had shaped her development in ways that were both empowering and limiting. These were vulnerabilities she had never admitted to anyone, recognizing instinctively that Garen would understand the weight of family legacy in ways that few others could. Their conversations ranged across subjects that had nothing to do with military strategy or political calculation. They discussed books they had read, ideas that had captured their imagination, questions about the nature of honor and loyalty that went far beyond the simplified answers their respective educations had provided. Garen shared his appreciation for poetry, a secret passion that would have surprised those who knew him only as a warrior. Katarina revealed her fascination with the strategic principles that governed successful diplomacy, her belief that the most elegant solutions to complex problems were often those that avoided violence entirely. As trust deepened between them, they began to share more personal revelations. Garen described his dreams, the visions he sometimes had of a world where his protective instincts could be channeled toward building rather than defending, where his strength could be used to create rather than destroy. Katarina spoke of her fantasies of traveling to distant lands, not as an operative but as an explorer, of seeing places and meeting people without the constant calculations about threat assessment and strategic advantage that colored every interaction in her professional life. The physical dimension of their connection developed with the same gradual inevitability that characterized their emotional intimacy. It began with accidental touches, a hand brushing against another while reaching for something, shoulders making contact as they sat close together on a fallen log, fingers intertwining during moments of particularly intense conversation. These contacts sent electricity through both of them that had nothing to do with magical enhancement, and everything to do with the simple human pleasure of being touched by someone who truly understood them. Their first kiss happened during a sunset that painted the grove in shades of gold and crimson, after a conversation about the nature of sacrifice and what they would be willing to give up for those they loved. The kiss was gentle, tentative, filled with the recognition that they were crossing a boundary from which there might be no return. Yet neither pulled away, both understanding that they had already crossed so many boundaries, that this final one felt less like a transgression than like an acknowledgement of something that had become inevitable. The intimacy that followed was careful and reverent, marked by a tenderness that seemed almost miraculous given their training in violence and emotional detachment. They made love as if they were discovering not just each other's bodies, but the very possibility of connection itself, as if they were two people who had been living in exile from their own capacity for affection and had suddenly found their way home. In the afterglow of their physical union, lying together in the soft grass while the stars emerged overhead, they spoke words that would have been treason in their respective capitals, but felt like the deepest truth in the safety of their hidden sanctuary. They acknowledged their love for each other openly, without reservation, accepting the impossibility of their situation while refusing to deny the reality of what they felt. These stolen moments became the most real parts of their lives, the hours when they could set aside the roles that duty imposed and simply exist as the people they were beneath all the expectations and obligations. They knew that their meetings were dangerous, that discovery would mean disgrace and potentially death for both of them, yet they found themselves unable to resist the pull of genuine connection after lifetimes of performing roles that required them to suppress their deepest needs and desires. Each parting was agony, each return to their official duties felt like putting on costumes for a play they no longer believed in. Yet they also knew that these interludes of authenticity were what gave meaning to everything else they did, that their love for each other somehow made them better at protecting and serving the people who depended upon them. The grove witnessed conversations about the future that both knew were probably impossible but couldn't help imagining anyway. World where borders might matter less, where individuals could choose their own loyalties based on love rather than accident of birth, where two people who recognized perfect compatibility in each other might actually have the chance to build a life together. As the months passed and their secret meetings continued, both began to understand that their relationship had become more than a private refuge from the pressures of their positions. It had become a lens through which they saw everything else more clearly. Their love for each other had taught them about the possibility of connection across seemingly insurmountable divides, about the way that understanding could develop even between people whose circumstances should have made such understanding impossible. As this chapter of their hidden happiness draws toward its gentle close, and you feel the peaceful weight of approaching dreams settling over your consciousness, reflect upon this question. When we find someone who sees us as we truly are, beneath all the roles we play and expectations we carry, how does that recognition change our understanding of what might be possible in a world that often seems determined to keep hearts separated by boundaries that exist only in our minds? Chapter 8. The Weight of Legacy. In the hallowed halls where ancestors' portraits gaze down with eyes that have witnessed generations of unwavering service, where family names carry the accumulated weight of centuries of sacrifice and honor, two lovers began to understand the true cost of choosing the heart over the expectations of history. Tonight, as shadows deepen around you and the world grows quiet, let us explore how the legacies that shaped Garen and Katarina became chains that threatened to drag their love into the depths of political impossibility. Picture yourself standing in the great gallery of the Crown Guard estate, where portraits of distinguished ancestors line the walls like silent judges presiding over the present. Each painted face tells a story of duty fulfilled, of personal desire sacrificed for the greater good, of individuals who found their meaning in service to ideals larger than themselves. The weight of their collective gaze seems to press down upon anyone who walks these corridors, a constant reminder that the Crown Guard name has been earned through generations of people who never wavered in their commitment to Demacia's defense. Here, in the pre-dawn darkness before another day of official duties, Garen found himself confronting the accumulated expectations of his bloodline. The portrait of his great-grandfather, who had died defending the capital during the last major Noxian invasion, seemed to regard him with particular intensity. The man's painted eyes held the kind of certainty that Garen had once shared completely, but now found complicated by considerations that would have been incomprehensible to previous generations of his family. The Crown Guard legacy was not merely personal but political, woven into the very fabric of Demacian identity in ways that made individual choice a luxury his family had never been able to afford. For centuries, the name had been synonymous with absolute loyalty, unwavering dedication, and the willingness to sacrifice anything, including life itself, for the protection of Demacian values. Citizens across the kingdom took comfort in knowing that whatever threats might emerge, the Crown Guards would stand against them with perfect resolve. This reputation brought with it responsibilities that extended far beyond Garen's personal preferences or private feelings. His every action was scrutinized not just as the behavior of an individual soldier, but as a reflection of his family's continued worthiness to serve as symbols of Demacian virtue. A single moment of weakness, a single compromise of principle, could damage not only his own standing but the carefully cultivated image that his ancestors had died to preserve. The irony of his situation was that the very qualities that made him valuable as a Crown Guard, his capacity for deep feeling, his ability to see beyond simple categories of friend and enemy, his fundamental humanity, were the same qualities that now threatened to destroy everything his family had built. Love, which should have been a virtue, had become a liability. Understanding, which should have been wisdom, had become dangerous naivety. Connection, which should have been celebrated, had become potential treason. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Ducateau estate, Katarina faced her own reckoning with the weight of ancestral expectation. The family archives contained detailed records of operations stretching back generations, each mission a testament to the principle that personal feelings must never be allowed to compromise operational effectiveness. Her ancestors had eliminated threats to Noxian interests with surgical precision, their loyalty to the Empire never clouded by sentiment or hesitation. The Ducateau reputation had been built upon a foundation of absolute reliability. When the Empire needed someone removed, when intelligence needed to be gathered regardless of personal cost, when success required methods that others might find morally questionable, the family could be counted upon to deliver results without debate or delay. This dependability had made them invaluable to Noxian leadership, but it had also created expectations that left no room for the kind of personal complications that Katarina now faced. Her father's recent conversations with her had taken on an edge that suggested his awareness of some change in her behavior, though he had not yet identified its specific nature. General Ducateau possessed the kind of strategic mind that noticed patterns others missed, and Katarina knew that her recent absences from the capital, her delayed responses to mission assignments, and her general distraction would eventually attract his full attention. The political implications of their relationship extended far beyond the personal consequences that either might face if discovered. The Crown Guard and Ducateau names represented more than just family lineages. They embodied the opposing philosophies that kept Demacia and Noxus in a state of perpetual tension. For the scions of these particular houses to develop romantic feelings for each other was not merely a personal betrayal, but a symbolic catastrophe that would undermine the ideological foundations upon which both nations built their identities. In Demacia, where purity of purpose was considered essential to the kingdom's strength, the revelation that their greatest defender had been compromised by feelings for a Noxian assassin would shatter public confidence in ways that might take generations to repair. Citizens who looked to Garen as a symbol of unwavering virtue would be forced to confront the possibility that even their most trusted protectors could be corrupted by enemy influence. In Noxus, where strength was measured by the ability to prioritize strategic advantage over personal preference, Katarina's emotional attachment to an enemy champion would be seen as evidence of fundamental weakness that disqualified her from continued service in sensitive positions. The Empire's leadership would question whether someone capable of such compromised judgment could be trusted with missions critical to Noxian security. The weight of these considerations pressed upon both lovers with increasing intensity as their relationship deepened. Each stolen moment together was shadowed by awareness of what discovery would cost, not just for themselves, but for the families who had invested generations in building reputations that could be destroyed by a single scandal. The joy they found in each other's company was constantly tempered by knowledge of the price that others would pay for their happiness. Their secret meetings in the hidden grove began to take on a quality of desperate urgency, as if both sensed that time was running out for their impossible love. Conversations that had once ranged freely across philosophical and personal topics now returned repeatedly to practical questions about what the future might hold. Could they continue indefinitely to meet in secret while maintaining their public roles? Was there any scenario in which their relationship might become acceptable to their respective societies? Did they have the right to pursue personal happiness when the cost might be paid by others who had never chosen to take such risks? Garen found himself studying the portraits of his ancestors with new eyes, looking for any sign that previous generations had faced similar conflicts between duty and desire. The painted faces offered no guidance, their expressions frozen in attitudes of certainty that seemed to belong to a simpler world where moral choices had been clear and unambiguous. The weight of their expectations felt heavier with each passing day, as if the accumulated pressure of centuries of perfect service was slowly crushing his ability to imagine alternatives. Katarina discovered that her efficiency in handling routine assignments was beginning to suffer as more of her mental energy was devoted to the complex calculations required to maintain her double life. The careful compartmentalization that had always characterized her approach to dangerous work was breaking down under the strain of protecting something that meant more to her than professional advancement or imperial approval. The crisis deepened when both realized that their families were beginning to make subtle inquiries about their recent behavior. Garen's mother had begun asking questions about his frequent absences from social functions, his distracted manner during family dinners, his general air of preoccupation. Katarina's father had started making comments about the importance of maintaining focus during periods of heightened political tension, observations that felt less like general advice than like warnings based on specific concerns. The possibility of discovery loomed larger with each passing week, bringing with it the recognition that their love story might be approaching its inevitable tragic conclusion. Neither could bear the thought of voluntarily ending their relationship, yet both understood that continuing to meet carried risks that extended far beyond their personal welfare. The families that had shaped them, the nations that depended upon them, the legacies that defined their identities, all of these would be casualties if their secret was exposed. In their most honest moments together, Garen and Katarina acknowledged that they were living in a beautiful impossibility, a love that existed in defiance of every practical consideration that should have governed their choices. Their relationship was sustained by hope that somehow, despite all evidence to the contrary, there might be a future where their love could exist openly without destroying everything else they held dear. Yet even as they grappled with these overwhelming pressures, their connection continued to deepen in ways that made the thought of separation almost unbearable. They had found in each other something that transcended the boundaries their worlds had taught them to respect, a recognition of shared humanity that made every other relationship in their lives feel incomplete by comparison. The legacy they were creating together, one of understanding across impossible divides, seemed as valuable as any inheritance they might have received from their ancestors. As this chapter of mounting pressure draws toward its contemplative close, and you feel the gentle pull of sleep beginning to claim your consciousness, consider this question: when we find ourselves caught between the expectations that others have placed upon us and the truths that our hearts have discovered, how do we honor both our obligations to those who came before us and our responsibilities to the authentic connections that give our lives meaning? Chapter 9. Battles of the Heart. In the crimson dawn light that filters across contested battlefields, where the clash of steel mingles with the cries of the wounded, and the ancient hatred between nations finds its most terrible expression, two lovers discovered the cruelest torture that fate could devise: the necessity of raising weapons against the one person who had become more precious than life itself. Tonight, as peace enfolds you in its gentle embrace, let us witness the agony of hearts forced to war against their deepest desires, where every blow struck feels like self-destruction, and every victory tastes of loss. Picture yourself on the plains of remembrance, a stretch of contested territory that has changed hands so many times that the earth itself seems stained with the memory of countless conflicts. Here, beneath skies heavy with the promise of another storm, the forces of Demacia and Noxus have gathered for what military historians would later record as the Battle of Broken Shields. The engagement had begun like so many others, with reconnaissance reports and troop movements, strategic objectives and tactical considerations that reduced human complexity to the simple mathematics of warfare. Garen had led his regiment to secure a key river crossing that would allow Demacian forces to establish a defensive position against Noxian expansion. Katarina had been assigned to eliminate specific high-value targets whose removal would disrupt enemy command structures and create opportunities for Noxian advancement. Neither had known that the other would be present until the moment when advanced scouts reported enemy positions and familiar names appeared in the intelligence briefings. The recognition hit both like physical blows. The realization that the war they had been fighting as abstract concepts of duty and honor was about to become intensely, impossibly personal. As the battle lines formed and soldiers prepared for combat, Garen found himself scanning the enemy positions with eyes that searched not for tactical advantages, but for a glimpse of red hair and lethal grace. The weight of his sword felt different in his hands, as if the weapon itself understood that it might soon be turned against someone who had touched his soul. His troops looked to him for the confident leadership they had come to expect, but he struggled to project certainty while his heart was being torn apart by competing loyalties. Katarina moved through the shadows of the Noxian encampment with her usual deadly precision, but her daggers seemed heavier than usual, their familiar balance disrupted by the knowledge of who she might be called upon to face. Her mission parameters were clear: eliminate enemy officers who posed the greatest threat to Noxian objectives. But how could she reconcile such orders with the love that had become the most important truth in her life? When the battle finally commenced, it unfolded with the savage efficiency that had characterized the conflict between these nations for generations. Steel met steel in deadly chorus, magical energies crackled through the air like captured lightning, and the ancient hatred that separated Demacia from Noxus found fresh expression in the violence that swept across the battlefield like a crimson tide. Yet amidst this familiar chaos, two warriors found themselves engaged in a deadly dance that had nothing to do with military strategy and everything to do with the impossible situation in which their hearts had placed them. When Garen and Katarina finally faced each other across the span of contested ground, both understood that they were being asked to perform a betrayal so profound that it challenged the very foundations of their existence. The duel that followed was unlike any combat either had ever experienced. Every attack was pulled at the last moment, every defensive maneuver calculated to protect rather than to create openings for counterattack. They moved around each other with deadly grace, their weapons singing through the air in patterns that looked like mortal combat to observers, but felt like the most elaborate form of protective embrace to the participants. Garen's sword work had never been more technically perfect, yet every swing carried the desperate hope that Katarina would evade rather than the determination to land a killing blow. His great blade traced arcs through the air that were designed to drive her away from him rather than toward the grave, each movement a plea for her to escape rather than an attempt to claim victory. Katarina's daggers flashed with their customary lethal precision, but their targets were always the spaces just beyond Garen's vital points, their edges finding armor and equipment rather than flesh and bone. She fought with all her legendary skill, while praying that her abilities would somehow prove inadequate to the task her duty demanded, that her perfect training would for once fail her when she needed it most. Around them, the larger battle raged with increasing intensity, but both had become lost in their private agony of simulated violence. Each knew that their performance was being observed by allies who expected to see their champion's superiority demonstrated through decisive victory. The pressure to appear victorious while actually protecting their opponent created a tension that was almost unbearable. The cruel irony of their situation became clear as the duel progressed. Their deep knowledge of each other's capabilities, gained through intimate conversations about technique and strategy, now served to make their mock combat more convincing to outside observers. They could anticipate each other's movements with supernatural accuracy, allowing them to create the illusion of desperate struggle while actually cooperating to ensure that neither was seriously harmed. Yet even this elaborate charade could not entirely eliminate the physical dangers inherent in high-level combat between trained killers. A moment's miscalculation, a slip on blood-wet ground, a distraction caused by the larger battle around them, any of these could transform their careful performance into genuine tragedy. The knowledge that they were constantly on the edge of accidentally destroying what they most wanted to protect added layers of terror to an already impossible situation. As their duel continued, both began to understand the deeper cruelty of what they were being forced to perform. Every blow they exchanged, even those carefully pulled to avoid real damage, felt like a violation of the trust and intimacy they had built together. The weapons that should have been instruments of protection were being turned into symbols of the forces that sought to keep them apart. Garen found himself thinking of their conversations in the hidden grove, of the vulnerability Katarina had shown when she spoke of her fears and dreams. Now he was being asked to treat that same person as an enemy to be defeated, to use his knowledge of her psychological vulnerabilities in service of a victory that would feel like the deepest form of betrayal. Katarina remembered the gentleness with which Garen had touched her, the reverence in his voice when he spoke of his hopes for their future together. The idea of using her skills against someone who had trusted her with his most precious secrets felt like a corruption of everything that had made their relationship sacred. The resolution of their duel came not through decisive combat but through external intervention. A Noxian magical bombardment struck near their position, creating enough chaos and confusion to allow both warriors to disengage without either appearing to have fled or been defeated. In the smoke and noise that followed, they exchanged looks that conveyed more pain than any physical wound could have caused. The remainder of the battle continued around them, but both had been fundamentally changed by the experience of being forced to raise weapons against each other. They participated in the continuing conflict with mechanical precision, fulfilling their duties while their souls reeled from the psychological damage they had inflicted upon themselves and each other. When the engagement finally ended, inconclusively, as so many such battles did, both Garen and Katarina withdrew with their respective forces, but neither felt like they had survived intact. The knowledge that their duties might again require them to fight each other hung over them like a sword suspended by the thinnest thread, threatening to fall at any moment and sever the connection that had become the most important thing in their lives. In the days that followed, both struggled with the memory of what they had been forced to do. The physical bruises and minor cuts they had sustained healed quickly, but the psychological wounds seemed to deepen rather than fade. They had learned something terrible about the price of their forbidden love, that the world would not be content to simply forbid their happiness, but would actively force them to participate in its destruction. The realization that future battles might require them to repeat this performance, or worse, to actually fight with lethal intent, cast a shadow over every aspect of their relationship. How could they continue to meet in secret when those meetings were overshadowed by the knowledge that they might soon be required to kill each other? How could they speak of love and trust when duty demanded that they practice betrayal and violence? Yet even as these questions tormented them, both recognized that their love had somehow survived the ultimate test. Despite being forced to treat each other as enemies, despite having to suppress every instinct that urged them to protect rather than attack, the connection between them had proven stronger than the circumstances that sought to destroy it. The battle had revealed the true depth of their commitment to each other, demonstrating that even when forced to simulate enmity, their hearts remained incapable of genuinely wishing harm upon each other. This knowledge was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because it proved the authenticity of their bond, terrifying because it suggested that they would never be able to fully reconcile their private feelings with their public duties. As this chapter of forced conflict draws toward its peaceful resolution, and you feel the gentle currents of sleep beginning to carry your consciousness toward rest, reflect upon this question. When the world demands that we act against our deepest convictions and most precious connections, how do we preserve the integrity of our hearts, while fulfilling the obligations that circumstances have imposed upon us? Chapter 10. The Price of Truth. In the corridors of power, where secrets are currency and suspicion flows like water through marble channels, where the slightest deviation from expected behavior becomes the subject of whispered speculation, two lovers discovered that even the most carefully guarded truths have a way of revealing themselves to eyes trained to see beyond surface appearances. Tonight, as darkness settles around you like a protective veil, let us witness the moment when the impossible became undeniable, when the price of loving across enemy lines was finally presented in terms that could not be ignored or negotiated away. Picture yourself in the council chambers of Demacia's high command, where military leaders gather beneath banners that have flown over countless victories, their faces grave with the weight of decisions that will determine the fate of thousands. Here, in the golden afternoon light that filters through stained glass windows, depicting scenes of heroic sacrifice, General Tiana Crownguard studies intelligence reports with the methodical attention that has made her one of Demacia's most respected strategists. The anomalies had been subtle at first, patterns that emerged only when viewed across multiple engagements, discrepancies that might have been attributed to the chaos of warfare, if not for their curious consistency. Noxian operations in the border regions had begun showing signs of coordination that suggested intimate knowledge of Demacian tactical preferences. Enemy agents seemed to anticipate defensive strategies with accuracy that bordered on prescient, yet their responses were often curiously restrained, as if they possessed capabilities they chose not to fully employ. More troubling still were the reports about Garen's recent performance in combat situations involving high-value Noxian targets. His usual devastating efficiency had given way to something more complex, victories that were technically complete, yet somehow felt incomplete, successes that accomplished their immediate objectives while leaving larger strategic opportunities unexploited. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental, too purposeful to be explained by simple tactical evolution. Meanwhile, in the shadowed archives beneath Noxus's immortal bastion, General Marcus Ducouteau reviewed similar reports with growing concern. His daughter's recent mission reports had maintained their technical precision, but careful analysis revealed subtle changes in her operational approaches that suggested influences he could not immediately identify. Katarina's legendary ruthlessness had been tempered by something that looked almost like selective mercy, her perfect efficiency complicated by choices that prioritized minimal casualties over maximum psychological impact. The general's investigation had begun as routine performance evaluation, but the patterns he discovered suggested complications that extended far beyond simple tactical adaptation. Katarina's movements during recent months showed gaps that coincided suspiciously with periods when Demacian forces had reported their own personnel missing from expected positions. The temporal overlap was too precise to ignore, the geographic correlation too exact to dismiss as coincidence. Both investigations proceeded with the careful discretion that characterized high-level intelligence work, each family protecting their concerns from public scrutiny while pursuing answers through channels that left no traceable evidence. Yet the truth they sought was too large to remain hidden indefinitely, too significant to be contained by even the most sophisticated attempts at concealment. The breakthrough came simultaneously, as if the universe had decided that the time for partial revelations had passed. A Demacian reconnaissance patrol, investigating reports of unusual activity in the border regions, discovered the hidden grove where Garen and Katarina had met so many times. The evidence they found was circumstantial, but damning signs of regular visitation by two people, personal items that could be traced to their respective origins, indications of intimacy that could not be explained by military necessity. At almost the same moment, a Noxian intelligence operative, following similar leads from a different direction, arrived at conclusions that painted the same impossible picture. The careful reconstruction of recent events, analyzed through the lens of professional suspicion and familial concern, yielded a narrative that challenged every assumption about loyalty, duty, and the nature of love itself. The confrontations that followed were conducted with the careful formality that both families brought to moments of crisis, but beneath the civilized discourse lay currents of emotion that threatened to overwhelm centuries of disciplined restraint. General Tiana Crownguard's disappointment was all the more devastating for being expressed through quiet questions rather than shouted accusations, her pain evident in the careful control with which she addressed the nephew who had been like a son to her. General Ducouteau's response was characteristically direct, his strategic mind immediately calculating the implications of his daughter's compromised position for ongoing Noxian operations. Yet beneath his professional concerns lay a father's bewilderment at discovering that the child he had shaped into the perfect weapon retained enough humanity to fall in love with someone whose existence threatened everything they had worked to achieve. For Garen, the moment of exposure brought a strange sense of relief mixed with overwhelming dread. The exhausting effort of maintaining his double life was finally over, but the consequences he now faced seemed almost too terrible to contemplate. Everything he had worked to become, every achievement that had brought honor to his family name, every victory that had served Demacia's interests. The interrogation that followed was conducted with the thoroughness that Demacian justice demanded, each question designed to determine the extent of potential security breaches and the degree of compromise that might have affected ongoing operations. Garen answered with the honesty that had always characterized his approach to difficult situations, refusing to minimize his feelings or deny the reality of his relationship, while simultaneously insisting that no intelligence had been shared, no strategic advantages compromised. Katarina faced her own reckoning in the depths of the immortal bastion, where her father's disappointment was expressed through the kind of clinical analysis that reduced personal feelings to tactical considerations. The assessment focused on determining whether her emotional attachment had compromised her operational effectiveness, whether her judgment could still be trusted in situations where Noxian interests conflicted with her personal desires. The isolation that followed these revelations was perhaps more painful than either had anticipated. Colleagues who had once treated them as trusted allies now regarded them with suspicion and barely concealed contempt. Friends who had shared their confidences and celebrations suddenly found reasons to avoid their company. The respect they had earned through years of dedicated service seemed to evaporate overnight, replaced by whispered speculation about the extent of their betrayal. Within Demacia, Garen found himself suspended from active duty pending a comprehensive investigation into potential security breaches. The process was conducted with the fairness that Demacian law required, but the emotional toll of being treated as a suspected traitor by the people he had spent his life protecting was almost unbearable. The kingdom he loved had become a place where his presence was tolerated rather than welcomed, where his contributions were viewed through the lens of suspicion rather than gratitude. In Noxus, Katarina's situation was even more precarious. The Empire's pragmatic approach to such complications typically involved permanent solutions that eliminated potential sources of future problems. Only her family's reputation and her father's influence protected her from immediate termination, but she understood that her continued existence depended upon demonstrating absolute loyalty to Noxian interests in ways that would make her personal feelings irrelevant. The lovers' attempts to communicate during this period were frustrated by surveillance that made meaningful contact impossible. Each was watched constantly, their movements monitored, their communications intercepted and analyzed for evidence of ongoing treasonous activity. The grove where they had found such happiness became a forbidden place, monitored by agents from both nations who were determined to prevent any resumption of their relationship. Yet even in isolation, both discovered that their love had created bonds that surveillance could not entirely sever. They had learned to read each other's intentions and emotions with an accuracy that transcended ordinary communication, allowing them to exchange reassurance and support through gestures so subtle that even trained observers failed to detect their significance. The political implications of their relationship extended far beyond personal consequences, threatening to destabilize the careful balance of power that had prevented open warfare between their nations. Diplomatic channels that had remained open despite official hostilities now carried accusations and counter-accusations about the extent of intelligence compromise and the security measures that had failed to prevent such a catastrophic breach. In Demacia, opposition politicians seized upon the scandal as evidence of fundamental weaknesses in the kingdom's intelligence apparatus and the dangerous naivety of policies that placed trust in individual virtue over institutional safeguards. The Crown Guard family's reputation, built over generations of unquestioned service, became a liability that threatened to undermine public confidence in the military leadership that depended upon their symbolic importance. In Noxus, rival factions within the Empire's complex power structure used the revelation to challenge the de Couteau family's continued influence over sensitive operations. Arguments were made that emotional vulnerability represented an unacceptable security risk, that agents capable of such compromises could never again be trusted with missions critical to imperial interests. As the investigations proceeded and political pressures mounted, both Garen and Katarina began to understand that their love story was approaching its inevitable conclusion. The forces arrayed against them were too powerful to resist, the consequences of their choices too far-reaching to be contained by personal desire or individual determination. The world they had hoped to change through the example of their connection had instead demonstrated its capacity to destroy those who challenged its fundamental assumptions about the nature of loyalty and love. Yet even as external pressures mounted toward an unbearable crescendo, neither regretted the choices that had brought them to this point. Their love had taught them about possibilities that transcended national boundaries and political calculations, about the human capacity for connection across seemingly insurmountable divides. Whatever price they might be forced to pay, they had experienced something that made every sacrifice seem worthwhile. As this chapter of mounting consequences draws toward its contemplative close, and you feel the gentle weight of approaching sleep settling over your consciousness, consider this question. When the truth of our deepest connections threatens the stability of the world we inhabit, how do we weigh our obligations to personal authenticity against our responsibilities to the communities that have shaped and supported us? Chapter 11. Paths Diverged. In the gray light of dawn that breaks over a world forever changed by the weight of impossible choices, where love must bow before the inexorable demands of duty, and two hearts must learn to beat separately after discovering the rhythm of perfect harmony, we witness the most profound tragedy that fate can devise, not the death of love, but its deliberate burial in service of loyalties that predate and outlast individual desire. Tonight, as peace settles around you like a benediction, let us walk with Garen and Katarina through the final chapter of their forbidden connection, where acceptance becomes the most courageous act and separation the deepest expression of the love they can no longer openly share. Picture yourself standing at the edge of the Valley of Echoes, that contested borderland where their story began, now transformed into neutral ground for a meeting that both knew would be their last. The early morning mist clings to the earth like tears that refuse to fall, and the silence that surrounds them carries the weight of all the words they will never again have the freedom to speak. Here, in this place that had witnessed the birth of their connection, They would perform the most difficult ritual of all, the conscious choice to let each other go. The negotiations that had led to this moment had been conducted through intermediaries, with each side carefully calculating the political advantages of appearing magnanimous, while ensuring that no future opportunities for contact would be possible. Both Demacia and Noxus had concluded that the simplest solution to their problem was separation so complete that temptation itself would become impossible. Distance, they reasoned, would heal what proximity had wounded, and time would restore the clarity that love had clouded. Garen arrived first, his armor gleaming in the pale light, but his bearing somehow diminished, as if the weight of his great sword had become too much for shoulders that had once carried it with effortless grace. The investigation that had followed the discovery of his relationship had cleared him of any actual treason, but the damage to his reputation and standing within Demacian society would take years to repair, if such repair were even possible. The terms of his continued service were clear and non-negotiable: immediate reassignment to the capital's defensive forces, where his duties would keep him far from any border regions where contact with Noxian agents might be possible. His movements would be monitored, his communications supervised, his associations carefully vetted to ensure that no opportunity for renewed contact could arise. He would remain the might of Demacia in name, but his actual influence and freedom had been curtailed in ways that transformed his legendary status into a kind of gilded cage. Katarina emerged from the morning shadows with her customary silent grace, but careful observers would have noticed subtle changes in her demeanor that spoke of internal struggles that no amount of professional training could entirely suppress. Her own investigation had concluded with similar results. No evidence of actual intelligence compromise, but a recognition that her emotional attachment represented an unacceptable vulnerability that required immediate and permanent correction. Her new assignment would take her to the far eastern provinces of the Noxian Empire, where ongoing conflicts with local resistance movements would provide ample opportunity to demonstrate her continued loyalty, while ensuring that any possibility of contact with Demacian forces would be eliminated. The posting was officially described as a promotion, recognition of her exceptional skills and value to imperial interests, but both she and her superiors understood it for what it truly was: exile disguised as advancement. They stood facing each other across a distance that seemed to represent more than mere physical space, as if the few yards between them had become a chasm that could never be bridged. The formal protocols that governed their meeting prohibited any physical contact, any exchange of personal items, any communication that could not be witnessed and recorded by the representatives of both nations who maintained careful observation from the surrounding hills. Yet even within these constraints, they found ways to communicate that transcended the limitations imposed upon them. A glance held longer than strictly necessary, a subtle shift in posture that conveyed volumes about internal emotional states, the careful modulation of voice that carried meanings far beyond the official words they were permitted to speak. Their love had taught them a language that surveillance could not entirely decode, though both understood that this would be the last time they would have opportunity to employ it. Garen spoke first, his voice carrying the formal tone required by the circumstances, but invested with undertones that only Katarina could fully appreciate. He spoke of duty and honor, of the obligations that came with service to ideals larger than individual desire, of the need to accept sacrifices that served the greater good. Yet beneath these conventional phrases, she heard his real message, that his love for her remained unchanged, despite everything that had happened, that his acceptance of their separation came not from any diminishment of feeling, but from recognition that their continued association would ultimately destroy what they sought to protect. Katarina's response was equally formal, equally layered with meanings that existed beneath the surface of acceptable discourse. She spoke of loyalty and service, of the necessity of placing imperial interests above personal preferences, of her understanding that some gifts were too dangerous to be kept regardless of their value. But Garen heard what she could not say directly, that her commitment to their separation was itself an expression of love, that by accepting exile she was protecting not just their respective nations, but the memory of what they had shared together. The conversation that followed was perhaps the most emotionally complex either had ever engaged in, requiring them to navigate between the honest expression of their feelings and the political necessities that made such honesty dangerous. They spoke about their shared experiences in language that sounded like tactical debriefing, but felt like poetry, analyzing their relationship with clinical precision while communicating the depth of connection that analysis could never adequately capture. As their allotted time drew toward its conclusion, both understood that they were approaching the moment when words would no longer be sufficient to bridge the growing distance between them. The future that stretched ahead would contain no meetings like this one, no opportunities for even supervised contact, no hope that changing circumstances might eventually allow for the resumption of their relationship. Yet even as they prepared to accept this reality, neither could bring themselves to speak the actual words of farewell. To say goodbye would be to acknowledge that their love story was truly ending, that the connection that had become the most important truth in their lives was being deliberately severed in service of obligations they had inherited rather than chosen. Instead, they chose a different kind of conclusion, not an ending, but a transformation. They spoke of their love, not as something that was dying, but as something that was being preserved in the only way possible, protected from the corrupting influences of politics and war, by being removed from their daily reality, while remaining forever present in their memories and hearts. Garen offered a final gift that exemplified the complexity of their situation, a formal promise that he would never again seek contact with her, delivered in language that sounded like a security guarantee, but felt like the most profound declaration of love he had ever made. By accepting the constraints that duty imposed, he was demonstrating that his feelings for her were strong enough to survive separation, deep enough to find expression in sacrifice rather than possession. Katarina responded with her own paradoxical gift, the professional assessment of their relationship that concluded with a recommendation that all future contact be avoided, phrased as strategic analysis but intended as a love letter that would be read by intelligence analysts who could never understand its true meaning. Her acceptance of exile became, in its own way, the most romantic gesture possible under their impossible circumstances. As they prepared to leave, both understood that they were taking with them memories that would sustain them through whatever loneliness the future might hold. Their time together had been brief but transformative, proving that love could exist across any divide, that understanding could develop even between people whose circumstances should have made such understanding impossible. The walk away from each other was conducted with the dignified restraint that their positions required, but every step felt like a small death, every yard of increasing distance a reminder of what they were choosing to surrender. Yet neither looked back, not because they lacked the desire to do so, but because they understood that their love had evolved beyond the need for final glances or dramatic gestures. It existed now as something more permanent than physical presence, more enduring than immediate proximity. In the days and weeks that followed, both threw themselves into their new assignments with an intensity that surprised even their closest colleagues. Garen's dedication to his restricted duties became legendary within Demacian military circles, his commitment to protecting the capital earning respect that gradually began to restore his damaged reputation. Katarina's efficiency in her eastern posting exceeded even her own high standards, her successful operations earning imperial approval that validated her continued value to Noxian interests. Yet those who knew them best recognized that something fundamental had changed in both champions. They remained formidable warriors, dedicated servants of their respective nations, symbols of the qualities their people most admired. But there was a quality of melancholy in their excellence, a sense that they were performing their roles with perfect precision, while part of themselves remained forever absent, committed to something that existed beyond the boundaries of duty and service. Their love had not died but had been transformed into something that could survive in the spaces between official obligations and public expectations. It lived on in the decisions they made, the mercy they showed to enemies who reminded them of each other, the moments of gentleness they allowed themselves when no one was watching. Their connection had become invisible but not absent. forbidden but not forgotten. As this chapter of conscious separation draws toward its peaceful resolution, and you feel the gentle currents of sleep beginning to carry your consciousness toward rest, reflect upon this question. When love must be sacrificed to preserve the things we love, how do we honor both the connection we are losing and the responsibilities that require us to let it go? Chapter 12. Love Across the Divide. In the eternal dance between hope and sorrow, where hearts learn to carry beauty and pain in equal measure, where the greatest stories are often those that end not with triumph but with understanding, we come at last to contemplate the deeper meaning, woven through the impossible love of two souls who dared to see beyond the boundaries that others had drawn. Tonight, as you rest in the gentle embrace of peaceful darkness, let us reflect upon what Garen and Katarina discovered about the nature of connection itself, and what their story teaches us about the bridges that love can build even across the widest chasms of difference and division. Picture yourself now in that timeless space where all stories ultimately reside, where the specific details of individual experience transform into universal truths about the human capacity for connection, compassion, and courage. Here, removed from the immediate pressures of politics and duty, we can see their love story not as a tale of failure or tragedy, but as a profound exploration of what becomes possible when two people choose to recognize each other's full humanity, despite every force that encourages them to do otherwise. The love that grew between the might of Demacia and the Sinister blade was remarkable not because it was perfect, but because it was real in ways that transcended the artificial categories their worlds had created to simplify the complex realities of human existence. In choosing to see each other clearly, they challenged every assumption about the nature of enemies and allies, about the relationship between individual worth and national allegiance, about the possibility of understanding across seemingly insurmountable differences. Their story demonstrates that love, in its truest form, is fundamentally an act of recognition. The moment when one soul looks into another and sees not a projection of their own desires or fears, but the authentic person who exists beneath all the roles and expectations that society has imposed. When Garen looked at Katarina, he saw not a Noxian assassin to be defeated, but a woman whose intelligence, dedication, and capacity for both strength and tenderness deserved respect and admiration. When Katarina looked at Garen, she saw not a naive Demacian champion to be manipulated, but a man whose integrity, courage, and genuine desire to protect others represented virtues that transcended political boundaries. This recognition required both of them to expand their understanding of what it meant to be loyal to their nations and true to their principles. Rather than diminishing their dedication to Demacia and Noxus, their love actually deepened their understanding of what those allegiances should represent. Garen's commitment to protecting the innocent became more nuanced and thoughtful when he realized that innocence could be found in unexpected places. Katarina's service to Noxian strength became more sophisticated when she understood that true strength sometimes required the wisdom to preserve rather than destroy. The tragedy of their separation was not that their love proved weak or temporary, but that the world they inhabited lacked the flexibility necessary to accommodate connections that challenged its fundamental assumptions about how loyalty should operate. The institutions that had shaped them while providing valuable structure and purpose were ultimately too rigid to adapt to the complexity that their relationship represented. Yet even in tragedy, their story carries profound hope. They proved that understanding is possible across any divide, that empathy can develop even between people who have been taught to see each other as enemies, that love can bloom in the most unlikely soil when two hearts are brave enough to be vulnerable with each other. Their connection demonstrated that the categories we use to organize the world, friend and enemy, us and them, good and evil, are often too simple to contain the full spectrum of human experience. The sacrifice they made in choosing separation over continued association was itself a profound expression of love. By accepting exile from each other's presence, they protected not only their respective nations, but the purity of what they had discovered together. Their love remained untainted by the compromises and corruptions that continued proximity might have required, preserved in memory as something perfect and transformative that no external force could diminish or destroy. In the years that followed their separation, both carried forward the lessons that their connection had taught them. Garen's service to Demacia became more thoughtful and nuanced, informed by his understanding that even enemies could possess admirable qualities that deserved recognition rather than automatic destruction. His protection of the innocent expanded to include a more sophisticated understanding of who might need protection and why, his strength tempered by wisdom about when mercy might serve justice better than conquest. Katarina's work for Noxus evolved to incorporate a deeper appreciation for the strategic value of building rather than simply destroying. Her missions began to include objectives that strengthened the Empire through the creation of alliances and understanding rather than through the elimination of opposition. Her legendary efficiency was enhanced rather than compromised by her recognition that the most elegant solutions were often those that achieved multiple objectives while minimizing unnecessary suffering. Neither spoke directly of their relationship to others, but those who worked closely with them recognized subtle changes that suggested profound internal growth. They had both become more fully themselves through the experience of being truly seen and understood by another person, more complete in their individual identities, because they had learned what it meant to be part of something larger than themselves. The hidden grove, where they had met so many times, became, in memory, a symbol of possibility, proof that spaces could exist, where the normal rules of division and conflict held less power, where two people could discover what they shared, rather than what separated them. Though they could never return to that physical place, they carried its essence within them, a reminder that such spaces of connection and understanding were always potentially available to those brave enough to seek them. Their love story asks us to consider what we might discover if we approached those we consider our opponents with the same openness and curiosity that they showed each other. What would happen if we looked beyond the labels and categories that others have created to see the full complexity of those who stand on different sides of the issues that divide us? What connections might become possible if we were willing to risk the vulnerability that genuine understanding requires? The answer their story provides is both hopeful and challenging. Love, real love, the kind that sees clearly and accepts completely, is always possible between any two people willing to risk authentic connection. But such love often comes with costs that extend far beyond individual preference, requiring those who experience it to navigate between their personal truth and their broader responsibilities to the communities that have shaped and supported them. The wisdom that Garen and Katarina discovered through their impossible love was that some experiences are valuable not because they can be sustained indefinitely, but because they transform our understanding of what is possible in this world. Their relationship lasted only a brief time in terms of actual contact, but its impact on their understanding of themselves and others proved permanent and profound. They learned that the deepest form of love is not possession but recognition, not the desire to own or control another person, but the capacity to see them clearly and appreciate them fully. They discovered that such recognition, once achieved, creates bonds that no external force can entirely sever, connections that exist in memory and influence even when physical proximity becomes impossible. Their story reminds us that the most important battles are often fought not on physical battlefields, but in the territories of the heart and mind, where we struggle to expand our capacity for understanding, compassion, and connection. These are battles that every human being must fight in their own way, conflicts between the safety of familiar assumptions and the risk of genuine openness to others who might challenge our preconceptions. In the end, the love between Garen and Katarina stands as a testament to the possibility of bridge building across any divide, no matter how ancient or seemingly absolute. Their connection proved that understanding can develop between any two people willing to see each other clearly, that empathy can grow even in the most unlikely circumstances, that love can flourish wherever two hearts find the courage to be vulnerable and honest with each other. As our journey through their story reaches its peaceful conclusion, and you feel the gentle embrace of sleep beginning to claim your consciousness, carry with you this final question. In a world that often seems determined to emphasize what divides us, How might we find the courage to look for the connections that remind us of our shared humanity? And what bridges might we build if we approached each supposed enemy as a potential friend whose story we simply haven't learned to understand yet? Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the space between dreams and waking, between what is and what might be, love continues to work its quiet magic, building connections across impossible distances and reminding us that no divide is too wide for hearts brave enough to reach across the darkness toward each other.